Hello. So is the audio clear now, or is there some issue which persists? It is clear? Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'm doing well. Thank you. No, we'll have only one lecture of essay today. Thank you. I'm doing good. It is lecture 3. The session that we lost on Monday, we'll make it up by extending it for another session after this. Azhar will have to check the schedule for that. Labdhi, what to read daily for essay preparation before beyond newspaper? So as of now, I would tell you, or I would suggest you very humbly, that get into the idea or the habit of reading newspapers. Right. Once you make sure that that is a habit which you will in a way sustain, then after that you have many of the magazines as well, which are there, and you have many other portions that you can go through. I'll let you know the entire list of it, the various different books, etc., that you can follow. So all of that will be shared with you. I'll share with you on the maybe the last module that we have, where we will be working upon how to improve our vocabulary, etc., how to improve the grammar. So at that point of time, I'll basically let you know all those aspects in detail as well. So very warm good morning to all of you, and welcome to Byju's Exam Prep IAS. Welcome to another essay module. Now, this will be your third lecture for the essay, and we had one of the sessions which was cancelled on Monday for certain reasons, and then we will be extending that after after some time on another day. Okay, so for all of you, a belated happy Independence Day. For all of those who I did not get a chance to interact with yesterday, a belated happy Independence Day, and I hope that this long weekend that you have had sufficient time in order to have a productive work, whether it was for relaxing, whether it was a revision, whether it was for studying. I hope the weekend has been productive for you. Having said that, today again we will embark upon the discussion of these philosophical essays, these abstract quotation based essays. We shall be doing that with the help of certain examples, with the help of certain PYQs. In the process of it, we will also be discussing the aspect of another question that we'll pick up from the year 2022. We shall be holding that for discussion as well. So last day that we have had a discussion, we held a discussion for the issues or for the portions of how to write introduction, the different types in which you can always introduce an essay, where we looked upon the anecdotal form of introduction, where we can recreate a scenario or we can recount a particular story or a tale which fits the narrative of that particular essay topic. Then we can have a quotation based. Now, even in quotation based, we have seen that the importance or the value of quotation is to add weightage to the answer or the argument that you are crafting. But at the end of it, that will also end up being followed by the direct form of introduction, where you directly interpret what is given in the topic. Now, today, with the help of another set of PYQs, we shall be discussing what to be written in the body. How is it that the body needs to be introduced in itself, or starting portion of the body? Because many of the times we do have the content It is the difficulty that we face in having the revision, or how to introduce that content, or how to bring that content to the table in a kind of a flow. That is where we face significant number of issues. Okay. Now, here we start first of all with the body, and we start with the aspect for the first time, that when we talk about the body consists of certain important points which always needs to be highlighted, always. So here when we talk about the body here, so it talks about catching the flow from introduction itself. So Ajay, my dear friend, what is the query that you have? Please let me know. So your query is whether this is a recorded session or is it a live session? So the answer is that it is a live session. Is there any other doubt that you have? Because I see that you are getting pretty restless here. Is there any doubt that you have, Ajay, or is everything fine? Or is the voice not audible itself? When the teacher will start the class has already been started. Any other doubts that you have? No? Can we proceed ahead, Ajay? Good. So now, when we talk about the body portion of it, so body is something which, always understand, is never to be written in isolation. It is, that is the reason why I always have been suggesting to you that rather than having the separate topics or headings as introduction, body and conclusion, you should always have a drive, right? Or you should always have a kind of a flow. So that flow should be very natural. So that is why in the body you should always ensure that it should catch the flow from the introduction itself. That means the last portion of the introduction that you have crafted and the first portion of the body that is included, both of them should flow in consonance. Both of them exhibit the same idea, if not represent the same chain of thought. So, the last portion of introduction and the initial portion of the body should have similar flow of thought and similar conveyance, or rather okay. So that ensures that there is no sudden break in between the lower portion of your introduction and suddenly when you have written the body. Now, all the data pointers that you have, while few of the data pointers can be brought about in the phase of introduction itself, when you actually want to highlight the, let's say, magnitude of a problem such as child labor, such as illiteracy, such as, let's say, health issues, when you have to magnify those issues, when you have to pay attention and attract the attention of the evaluator in those issues, now in those conditions you can start the portion of data pointers, etc., case studies, some portion of it in the introduction, but majorly the point to put forward, or the region area where you can put forward all the various different data pointers to substantiate your or authenticate your argument, that is the body portion. So it is in the portion of the body where you introduce, or whether you bring in all the various data pointers, and it is here where you go for the elaboration of the perspectives, that is both vertical and horizontal expansion. Both horizontal and vertical expansion. Okay. Now, for example, let's see. Biased media is a real threat to democracy. Now, we had seen earlier that in this particular kind of an essay, let's suppose you have taken a deliberative stance, or let's suppose even if you have taken a direct form of introduction, where in the introduction you have given an anecdote about media story, or let's suppose you have provided a kind of a direct interpretation by what do you mean by the importance of media, what do you mean by democracy. Let's suppose then you interpret what do you mean by biased media in general. Now, after that, let's suppose now we had discussed in the portion of direct introduction as well that historical perspective can always be provided. That, for example, media has always been utilized throughout the ages to convey the story of wars and the story of or the news of the various different decisions taken by the ruling class. So that is something for which the media has always been utilized. So when you are writing upon this or elaborating upon this in the introduction, you are taking a historical stance. You are taking a kind of a historical perspective. So they're always advisable that when you recreate the body after that, the body should always have the flow. So body can always start with the historical perspective. It has been invoked since ancient times when the message of the king as well as the conquest of the army needed to be carried around. In the Indian system of kings and kingdoms, Vakyanavis gained particular prominence and only trustworthy nobles were kept in charge of that department. So automatically there is a kind of a flow associated. There is not a sudden break, etc., which you witness here. So that is something which is a common phenomena or which should be observed. Okay. Is any topic we can elaborate both vertical and horizontal? No, not all the topics. Now, let's take and deliberate upon this particular essay topic. Courage to accept and dedication to improve are two keys of success. Okay, we have not discussed this topic, have we? So, let's discuss this particular topic. Courage to accept and dedication to improve are two keys of success. Two keys to success. Now, in this case, I want you to think about the keywords first. Can we conjunctive words to connect the paragraph? Yes, you can. But Ilma, I would always suggest that the paragraph breaks that you provide, that spacing is also very much required to improve your presentation. So, what are the keywords here? Courage. Okay. Dedication, success. So here rather you would see that you have certain key phrases involved here. For example, courage to accept is one of those, dedication to improve is one of those, and then keys to success. Okay. So rather than immediate words, you have certain key phrases. Okay. So here, when you write the entire essay, it has to work upon or it has to stress upon the courage to accept, dedication to improve. Now, first of all, when we have a rather than a keyword, when we have a key phrase, here also understand you need to be elaborating upon that fact. For example, if we are elaborating upon this, what do we understand by courage to accept? What do we mean by accept here? What, because accept is an English terminology, and accept can be having multiple connotations, multiple meanings. If let's suppose your elders they give you some advice, you accept that, or let's suppose they give you their blessings, you accept that. For suppose they give you some money, you accept that. Now here all those aspects of accept is not being talked about. Courage to accept. So what is that? So it is about accepting one's own failures, mistakes. Very good. So here, Basically, it is about the courage to accept your own drawbacks, your own lacunae, your own failures. So that is a major aspect. Okay, so that needs to be elaborated significantly in this particular portion. Okay, so here, accept what, or acceptance of mistakes. For example, then when we say, let's suppose, courage to accept means ability to look at one's own drawbacks. Because generally, what ends up happening, I'm sure you would also have met with many people in your life and in your nearby areas as well, where people have the basic tendency that anything which goes wrong with them, it is never going to be their fault, right? Be it at their individual level, at the family level, at the level of the society, they are never at mistake. If they, let's suppose, or if they commit an accident on road, then it is the mistake of the civil engineer, it is the mistake of the central government, the state government, it is the mistake of the other vehicle, it is never their mistake. If they, let's suppose, are not able to succeed in an examination, then it is basically the trend of the exam paper, it is basically the mistake of the guidance, it is basically the mistake of the books provided, it is the mistake that how before the examination somebody from their home might have called them, filled them with negative news or information, or how their friends have been a bad influence. So for all of these reasons across the world, for all the variety of arguments across the world, you will find that there are, and majority of the people, they fall into that category itself. That is why majority of them are very, very far away from success. So courage to accept. So when you have committed some wrong, let's suppose, God forbid, let's suppose when you appear for the examination, you are not able to succeed. Now immediately you will have endless amount of excuses that you can churn out, that I did not study well because the room I was living in was not well. I did not study well because that particular book was not available for me. Otherwise, I would have qualified. I did not study well because I had these many tensions. So mostly you will find people, they have a tendency to blame others. So it is that rare ability to hold the mirror to oneself. Okay, so holding the mirror to oneself. Okay, so holding the mirror to oneself, that is basically the key idea here. Then after that, dedication to improve. That once you have analyzed your mistake, then you basically start working upon how to improve yourself. So this brings about the idea of self improvement. And it is here that you can expand this essay vertically. Vertical expansion is possible. Because self improvement need not be at the level of your individual self itself. Self improvement can happen in the case of the society as well. Maybe the society carries out significant amount of violence in some particular portion. It is upon the society, the onus does lie upon the society to be able to improve itself. And then two keys to success in order to attain. So what do we mean by success here? So that also needs to be elaborated. So what is it? What is meant by success in this particular case? So when we talk about success, that is achievement or realization of the goal setting and that particular goal setting, whichever you have had in your life at your personal level, professional level, achievement of that goal, right? That is a success. So here, let us start working upon the perspectives. So this is attainment of goals. Okay. Yes, Azhar, that is what I'm getting at. So when we talk about perspectives, always let's start with the historical perspective. Any of the historical perspectives that you can think about, which you can provide. Amrit, emergence of Babur after defeat from the Uzbeks. Yes, you can always talk about Shaibani Khan and the series of defeats that Babur met. So, Babur and Uzbeks. We can also talk about Ashok, isn't it? Yes, Yashpal, correct. So, Ashok after Kaling War. Okay. Then you can also talk about, let's suppose, the freedom movement, historical mistake like Plassey. But in Plassey, where was the courage to accept? And we did not even have a chance to improve upon that, upon the issues. So that is where Battle of Plassey is not an adequate representation here. So can we think about something from the freedom movement? Post Chori Chora? Yes, good. Japan post World War II? Very good. That how Japan made it an aim and a goal. After World War II, generally you will find that the countries which are devastated after a war, now those countries, they hold a sense of grievance. And it is that sense of grievance and victimhood which propels them into another round of, let's say, vengeance seeking, another round of seeking justice. What we see in the case of our Western neighbor, what we see in the case of Germany after First World War, where all these areas or all these parties, they felt aggrieved after the First World War or after any defeat in the battle, and that is where they double down on their efforts to increase their war fighting ability, ignoring other requirements of the society. So Japan took a meaningful decision where it first of all accepted that the defeat that it was handed out in the Second World War, that defeat was basically in many of the ways its own doing because of its aggressive imperialistic designs. So that is where courage to accept comes in. Okay. Dandi March can be added. How? USSR to Russia, India after 1991. India after 1991 can always be added. That is LPG reforms. 1991. B.R. Ambedkar and Gandhiji's Pune Pact. What is the success that we achieved after that? Story of MS Dhoni. That you can provide in the anecdotal introduction. Unitedness after 1857 revolt, but I'm sure when you are going to read the portion of modern history, if you have read the portion of modern history in detail, you won't agree to the fact that after 1857 we had a united house. That was not the case. Chandrayaan 3, lunar mission. Chandrayaan 3 and lunar mission. India after 1962 war with China. Okay. India after 1962 war. So what is it that you will highlight in this case? India after 1962 war. Virat Kohli's tragedy and rise at an individual level. At an individual level, you can consider any budding sports person or any of these legendary sports person, right? So sports at an individual level, then establishment of NIA, okay, after 2008. So law enforcement after 2008. After 2008. Thomas Alva Edison, yes, Edison and his all the various series of failures that he actually encountered while inventing the electric bulb, that also can be highlighted very much in the historical perspective itself. So Edison and the bulb, anecdotes. So the types of anecdotes, different anecdotes that you can provide. Let us list them out separately. So Edison and the bulb is one of the good examples. One of you had pointed the portion of MS Dhoni. Introduction of RAW after the failure of Intelligence Bureau. Yes, that can also be written. Maintenance of the refugee crisis after 1951 partition. Constitutional amendments are done by by understanding the mistakes and trying to improve. So, very good point. Constitutional amendments. Any of them you can take as an example. Any of these major constitutional amendments, for example, be it the aspect of, yes, even 73rd and 74th Amendment, decentralization, any of them can be talked about. So, example, 73rd and 74th Amendment. Abolition of triple talaq. You can talk about it in social reforms, yes. So you can talk about it in social reforms. Sati, Sati Pratha, then widow remarriage, then triple talaq. Any of these you can consider. And dowry. Well, in dowry, you can say that still we don't have the courage to accept that it is something wrong. Be it in many of the cases, you will find that even in the female sections of the society, it is considered to be a kind of an existent norm. Untouchability and slavery, however, can be considered, yes. Untouchability, slavery or bonded labor. Okay. Can I write recent amendments done in IPCC, CRPC? You can talk about that. Let that, if that is cleared into a kind of a bill, or yes, into a kind of an act, or like that also you can give the reference. Uh, Karan, during parliament attack, India took much time to mobilize force and border. Then after one border, one force policy adopted by India. So we still are looking at that development. We have still not improved significantly. We have we had developed the cold start doctrine earlier, and then now we are going for the theaterization of the commands. So when that theaterization of the commands gets fructified, only then will you see a real-time improvement. Canada accept mistake that Komagatam Maru incident. Okay. SDG targets is one of them. Yes. SDG targets you can always highlight. We can also talk about India's journey towards the vaccination during the time of the COVID pandemic, where during the second wave we had a massive and catastrophic amount of failures, and a lot of lives were wasted and a lot of lives were lost. So basically it was at that point of time when not only at the level of the administration but also at the level of the government there was a real, and also at the level of the citizenry, individual citizenry as well, there was an acute realization that our vaccination program needs to be overhauled. Our vaccination program needs to be much more universal by getting rid of the various bottleneck issues, supply chain issues. That is where we improved and we attained success. And that is why during the third wave, etc., when the entire world was suffering, we were in a much better position because majority of us had gotten vaccinated by that point of time. So vaccines and COVID, repeal of sedition law. Okay. So that you can put in evidence, or in the portion of your anecdote, the portion of IPCC, CRPC, and Evidence Act being amended itself. Climate change goals. Very good. Climate change action. Mohammad Ghori defeated Prithviraj Chauhan. Yes. Food security and green revolution. Good. Food security and green revolution. That is good. Other than this, issues faced by LGBTQ plus and decriminalization of homosexuality. So, but there has still not been an improvement in that, has there? So, at the level of the society, we still have a lot of miles to cover before we can say a meaningful improvement has happened. Jam Trinity. So you can talk about the administrative inefficiency, the requirement of financial inclusion, and the Jam Trinity. So together you can talk about that. So in the form of the government measures, financial inclusion, Jandhan Aadhaar Mobile, you can talk about Ujjwala, you can talk about the aspect of any of the government schemes or technologies, for example, the Total Sanitation Campaign, the Nirmal Bharat or the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan. right? So Swachh Bharat. Okay. Entrepreneurs trying to improve the processes and work culture in order to succeed in the ventures. So that can also be added in the form of an anecdote. It will be a good anecdote if you want to provide that. So here you can have a good anecdote for that. Entrepreneurs and their success story. So any of the success story that you see in the case of any of the entrepreneurs, internationally or nationally, it is always going to justify or always going to substantiate this particular quotation. Disaster management, very good. Disaster management. Disaster management, you can take the example of 2004 tsunami, or you can ideally take the case of the 1999 Odisha cyclones itself. Okay. Vishwa, Plato's work of ideal king rule to republic and law rule. Is this okay to write? But where is it that the courage to accept comes from here? So please understand, it is not only dedication to improve. Now, here, when we say courage to accept, so that acceptance shall come from only the first hand natural experiences, or is there any other way for that acceptance? So, acceptance comes from the mistakes. Now, mistakes can be your own. Mistakes is not necessarily meant to be done by oneself. You observe certain things going around you, and then you can learn from that as well. Okay, so it is always said that the wisest of them all is the one who learns from others' mistakes rather than self mistakes. So the mistakes can be carried out by oneself, mistakes can be accidental, mistakes can be learned from someone else's. So this also you can go for the classification of that. Okay, right? Monetary policy. So, you can talk about the LPG reforms that will be ideal in this case. Pakistan's effort to reduce the terrorism, that is how they came out of FATF grey list. But there also the dedication to improve is not significant, because if you look at the various reports such as by Brookings or by even the Washington consensus, you will generally end up finding that majority of these groups, they are still operative. They are operative under different names. So earlier also Pakistan has done the same, where as soon as the threat of sanctions come in, they immediately will say that we have cleared up the house, and immediately after that, everything starts getting recharged up. Okay. So in this, they are heavily inspired by China. Gender budgeting. Good. That is a creative point. Gender budgeting. NEP, new education policy, you can bring about. So when you talk about NEP, talk about the vernacular and vernacular education. Because how it was understood that many of the students, many of the candidates, they are losing out because they are not being taught in the local language, in their mother tongue. So that is where increased stress was provided to vernacular. Delinking of India and Pakistan by US after 9/11 attacks. Okay. It is slightly more complicated than that, Chaitanya. Going back to organic farming, you can talk about this: food security, green revolution, and then organic farming. You can link it here. Our policy towards Naxalism, yes. How we have managed to bring them under control, yes. Indian nuclear project, that is something where, see, it is not in itself the nuclear project which went through the various different failures. It is the surrounding ecosystem which did not survive significantly or which did not enable success significantly. Satyagrah, then after violence, they were withdrawn. Okay, right. So you're talking about the phase of mass struggle, then followed by an interregnum, followed by another mass struggle. Okay. EWS reservations, 370 from Jammu and Kashmir. See, that is one of those controversial points which is still sub judice. So, ideally, you can talk about this, but let once these things are cleared by judiciary or any of these issues, today it might be 370, tomorrow it might be a different issue altogether. Once it is in sub judice condition, once it is in the purview of the judiciary, refrain from referring from that, but after that you can talk about it, yes. IT sector and changing it, digitization. Digitization can be talked about in bringing literacy, in bringing about financial inclusion, any of them. So, overall, I hope you will not fall short of words in order to express your inner feelings of this topic, right? Overall, I hope by the end of this entire discussion, you will be able to write a significant large chunk of the essay. Okay? Yes, how Indore became one of the cleanest cities, that you can highlight when you talk about Swachh Bharat. National Commission of Safai Karmachari, that can also be included. So please understand, it should not be that any of the perspectives that you are writing, that should be overweight. It should always be stressed upon that you touch as many different perspectives. If you have the ability to provide multiple examples in one of the perspective, fair enough, that is an advantage for you. But on the minimum, touch various different sides. Okay. Keyword to be explained, yes. In the introduction itself, explain the keywords. The gig worker legislation which has been brought about in Rajasthan, yes, you can talk about that as well. Idealism towards China. So, Anupam, that you can highlight after in the portion of India after 1962 war. Manual scavenging Namaste scheme can be highlighted. Okay, yes. Okay, right to education. So that is the detail that you can write in this particular. I'm very happy that all of you, it is not one of you who has contributed to all of this. All of you have contributed, and I'm happy to see few of the very creative ideas. For example, gender budgeting, one of those, very, very creative, right? Even the case of Safai Karmcharis, a creative one. Disaster management is a good one. So all of you are putting in those creative ideas. So that will come when you work more upon the aspect of brainstorming. In order to develop those ideas, you don't necessarily need to create 1200 word or 1000 word essay. Just go for the aspect of brainstorming. Okay. So here, so in the historical perspective can be emergence of Babur after the defeat from the Uzbeks. So Babur, those of you who are unaware or who have slightly forgotten about it, so Babur was given the reign of Fargana at a very young age of around 12 to 14. So when Babur ascended the throne, he had a lot of issues with the quarreling Uzbeks, the Uzbeks who would frequent their area and would create a series of issues. Shaibani Khan, being one of the marauders ones, had significantly even taken his sister, had even abducted many of his family members, killed many of the noble classes, and Babur continued to experience defeat after defeat at the hands of Shaibani Khan. It was later on when he realized that while Shaibani's strength arose from the aspect to mobilize large amount of forces and their brutality. Babur's strength could come from mobility, and that is where he indulged in mobile warfare, and that brought him success, right? So that is something that you can talk about. Now, I don't know how many of you have read, those of you who are interested in history, anybody who has read the series Mughals by Alex Rutherford? Any of us? The series of books that is Mughals. So it is a good book. It is a good book to read. All of any of you who are interested and who like to know more about history. So, for the time of the Mughal reign, because you have to understand that the Mughal rule in India was so very defining that many of the present socio-cultural issues that we are facing are because of the later aspects of the Mughal rule. But the Mughals, when they came into India, they had a very different perspective of India. They always considered India to be one of those ideal places where they can extract as much wealth as possible because they had. And this book also talks about, and Babur himself, when he wrote his autobiography, so there also he mentioned that he had heard about the region of India from stories by the old people who would tell them that how rich that land is. So the Mughals, when they came to India and they started to colonize it, they started establishing their rule over it. Initially, they came with a different perspective that we'll go there, we'll churn up as much as we can, and we'll come back, establish the region of Fargana and that entire Uzbek Afghanistan territory into a much beautiful place. But when they came here, initially they faced a lot of issues. They faced issues with regards to the climate. They faced issues with regards to the availability of the types of food and the types of wine that many of them would consume. So they faced these issues, but then climate being the majority of them, the type of food, etc., nothing was suitable for them because they came from foreign land. But slowly and steadily, they continued their reign with the prime purpose of establishing the reign in this country. And then slowly, how they developed from the time of Akbar itself, you had the indigenization of the Mughal rule. So it is a very interesting account by Alex Rutherford. Any of you interested in reading that portion of history? Because the problem is nowadays when you read history, the there are so much amount of personal biases associated with it that many of the times we are unable to look at the larger picture. And please understand, it is these various books that will be able to provide you with very different perspectives. For example, you have a very good book written by William Dalrymple, that is The Anarchy. Has anybody studied that? Anarchy? No? Okay. It is a heavy read, but it is a very good read nonetheless. William Dalrymple is also one of the good authors. He talks about the later phase of the Mughals and the establishment of the East India Company, how they went ahead with the exploitation of the masses. Okay, so Anarchy is another one of those. If you have time, try to study those books. The more books that you study, it will be easier for you to understand the grammatical usage of the terms, and that is also which will reinvigorate your vocabulary. So, for historical perspective, now Shashi Tharoor has also come out with a series of such books. So, that also you can read. Regardless of whatever impression you might have about the level of English that Shashi Tharoor uses in his day to day communication, let me tell you, and those of you who have read his books would adhere to the fact, you have to give credit to Shashi Tharoor that he writes the books in a pretty much a manner in which we mere mortals, we can also make sense of what is being written. So you can read his books as well. Okay. And Mughal history is not now being removed from NC. No, please don't follow those kinds of rumor mongering, etc., which is going on. So once a substantial change happens, then you take a look into it. Okay. And are you a DU faculty? No, I am not. Please don't create those conclusions just based on the kinds of books, etc., that I will suggest to you from time to time, because I do read a lot of books. I want all of you to read a lot of books. That is the only source of lasting information that you have. Okay. And it is important to start our perspective from history of whichever comes to mind first. So that is why you create the aspect of that is the requirement of creation of the brainstorming or the rough work, isn't it? If you are see if you are writing the essay in an ad hoc mannerism, let me tell you with a very prime example or with a very real world experience of what happens with a candidate, because these mistakes is something uh, basically that everybody commits, everybody, regardless of how lofty they are on their high horses, that I have always been a sorted speaker, I have always been a gifted writer, author, etc. Once people qualify through civil services, they will tell you that they are better than Shakespeare himself when it comes to writing English. So don't believe in that. But I've seen this happening with everyone, happens with all of us, myself included, that when you start writing your essay initially, that happens because you get overexcited by looking at the topic, that I know this topic, I can write 2000 words out of this topic. So you start stressing upon it. Now it might happen that some historical examples come to your mind. Maybe the example of Edison will come to your mind. Maybe the example of Babur will skip your mind. Maybe the example of Babur comes to your mind. Maybe the example of Chauri Chaura skips your mind. So what you will do is, after one historical, another perspective at an individual level, then you will put another perspective of historical, because you are so very convinced that the point that has come into your mind is the best point across the world. And that bias will come. That bias does exist. That my point of view is the best point of view to have existed anywhere across the planet. And the evaluator will be so happy upon studying this, he might end up rewarding me 150 marks in one essay itself out of 125. So that kind of bias will come. So that is why never write an essay without brainstorming. Please carry out the brainstorming and then arrange those thoughts. That is the prime purpose of those brainstorming. Okay. Is the Mughals a collection of six books? Yes, by Alex Rutherford. So first three are good enough. After that, it is not very, very good. First three or four. Then, freedom movement. Mahatma Gandhi post Chauri Chaura incident. Now, after Chauri Chaura incident, Mahatma Gandhi paid significant amount of attention. If you recall, now I understand your modern and your history is much better than any of us here. So let us take the case of Chauri Chaura. Now, at that point of time, immediately when he basically withdrew the non-cooperation movement, you would recall that he pushed in many different leaders at the grassroots level to be working upon the masses, that go to the masses and talk about the improvement required in the society, right? So that is something you can always talk about. On one aspect, do we have to write multiple examples like in history, food insecurity? So see, the aspect of food security will come under a different heading, a different aspect. And the portion of Mahatma Gandhi after Chauri Chaura will be taken as a freedom struggle. Okay. How to change perspective while writing? Is it right to write socially, politically, etc.? Yes, you can do that, but you can do it without providing a heading as well. Cultural heritage that India successfully represent on global scale. Are you talking about the UNESCO World Heritage Site, Afrin? So in that case, I would rather give you the suggestion that if you want to bring forward that perspective, talk about how traditionally we have not been able to preserve very valuable chunks of our history. So that is something where we have understood and where we have taken a recourse, and that is where we have listed various areas under World Heritage Sites. Strength of trees lies on root, but fruit is fruit hang over its branches. You can talk about it, but you have to lead the peer evaluator to this conclusion, Shahnawaz. You cannot expect the evaluator to automatically come to this conclusion. Socio-political, so food security, green revolution, and evolution of organic farming. Can we write a conclusion with a quote? Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. Science, ISRO, and Chandrayaan mission. You can give the example of that. You can also talk about the vaccines. Now, here, China and coronavirus. So, China has gone through one of the worst phases of lockdown that any country has ever witnessed. The kind of lockdown that we were so very miffed with, that we were so very angry with, which was imposed in India. If you, and I'm sure many of you would have kept a track of the kind of lockdown imposed in China. India's lockdown comes nowhere close to it, right? In the case of China, you were not even allowed to get outside a door of the society. And there, in our case, in the lockdown, what happened? You would still see people roaming around in bikes, you would still see some crowds developing, but then they were having the grievance, we don't have that freedom anymore. So, in the case of China, if you would venture out of your society unannounced, there were also many of the forced disappearances. Overnight, people would disappear. So, that is where, that is a learning that China gained, that by imposing this kind of a harsh coronavirus lockdown, we won't be able to achieve much. So, that is where they went for increased vaccination. That is something you can talk about. Or better, you can talk about India's own success story as well, right? Yes, China is facing the slowdown because of those lockdowns. Okay. Now, emergence of Japanese economy post World War, India's LPG reforms that we have carried out, then a social movement against corruption which was instigated or initiated, not instigated, instigated would be a wrong word here. So, when we talk about it, so Anna Hazare's movement of India against corruption. Now, I understand many of you would have been very, very young at that point of time, and you would not have a kind of a recollection of what went on and how it actually panned out. But it had been, or it had the, at least the potential or the momentum to be one of the most significant mass movements in India in the new century. But then there were, the results were not attained. The results, even if you take a look at all the demands, do one thing, and it will be a kind of a time capsule travel that you can do. Do one thing and look at all the various issues and the demands that the entire movement raised. Now, that movement, it veered from its main agenda. It veered from its main agenda about fight against corruption. At one point of time, that movement was against anything and everything which was considered to be incorrect. So, for example, at one point of time, that movement also had taken a fight against patriarchy. That movement had also taken a fight towards equality, to attain equality. And corruption was just one point amongst the multiple issues raised. So people started utilizing that platform to raise any or every kind of issue that they could think about. So as a result of that, what happened? The larger goal that was lost, right? And even today, despite the fact that many people from that movement, they represent the political class of our country today, they represent one of the fast rising political class of our country today, but none of those ideals of those movements, they stand even close to be fulfilled. So if you analyze something after 10 years, after 15 years, that is when you get a nutshell. So you get an idea about how, what are the areas where they failed. So if you want to carry out a successful struggle, if you want to carry out a meaningful struggle, you have to understand what is it that reverberates with the population. What is it that the people are really suffering from, etc. Okay. Lokpal is there, but the bill is so weak. And also, the very idea that this particular movement at that point of time created was that there should be one Lokpal. Even the chief minister of the state should be answerable to the Lokpal. Even the prime minister of the country should be answerable to the Lokpal. Everybody. Now, all the various different state governments, if you look at, you have various different political parties representing the state governments. None of them have managed to do so. Okay. RTI amendment, yes. Right. Now, then sports, you will get multiple examples. Sports is one of those arena. That is why you will find that many people, and they were also represented in the interview as well, that many people, you will find that first thing that they will read in the newspaper is the sports page. And very famously, they will flaunt it in the, if you are good in sports, in the sense, if you have good information about that, you can flaunt it in the interview as well. Interview panel likes to talk about the other issues, because interview panel, when it encounters people, almost everybody would have rectified. Okay, money bill is bill article 110, finance bill is article 117, joint session is article, so everybody would have ratified that. So they also like to have a conversation slightly different. So that is where sports arena is one of those. So nonetheless, in the sports area, you can talk about the success stories of Rafael Nadal. You can talk about that, how multiple times he went through various different setbacks due to injury issues. He improved his game, he changed his game altogether. Right. Formula 1 is another one of those areas where you'll get multiple examples. People going to the verge of death with almost half their body burnt, and then being back in the race car within like 73, 74 days. You would have seen the various a very good movie for that matter, which is Rush. So again, so these are very where you can always pick and choose your exam. Neymar is one of those, right? So you can give that example. Okay. Now, coming to the next topic, Milkha Singh also, yes, Milkha Singh also you can give the example of. But whichever example that you are giving, you have to understand that you will be given marks if you are able to elaborate how that is relevant. Okay. Um, Shanavas, about the economic model, initially we followed Harold Doma model of economy. Yes. So in the economy, that is why I have written the portion of LPG reforms. We have talked about the LPG reforms in that. Okay. Now, one child policy of China in 1980. Okay. So how is that relevant? Because there is a severe amount of criticism handed out for that as well. Because I hope you are aware that the one child policy in that was not very successful in terms of, so that kind of a policy you can never implement in a democratic country like India, where if you have more than one child, you are heavily penalized. So it is as if you are battling against the state's power itself, which is impossible. Okay. So here, values are not what humanity is, but what humanity ought to be. So, what are the keywords here? Values and humanity. Good. The keywords in this case can be considered to be values and humanity. Okay. So, these are your important keywords. Now, the guidance of your essay writing will be provided by ought to be and not what. So these will provide you the guidance. Okay. Now, when we talk about, let's say, values, so what do we mean by values? Let's think about and let's ponder about that fact. What do we mean by values in itself? And what do we mean by the humanity? To be of worth? No. This is not that value of money that we are talking about. strong cognitive emotions, set of ethical conduct. Values are basic principles which guide an individual. Yes. Deepika, if you can basically put the aspect, or you can put a reference to that, yes, you can use that. In ability to differentiate between right and wrong, the beliefs that an individual holds in life suggests for the changes in the human behavior that would be ethical. So, can we say, when we talk about the values, values are the behavioral attributes that are considered to be the guiding principles in life at any point of time, at the level of the society, at the level of the family, at the level of the individual. We can think about that, right? So, that is how you can always interpret the meaning of values. So, when you talk about values, so meaning needs to be interpreted, and it need not follow a kind of a set definition. Please understand, any of these, when you are trying to explain it, it need not follow a set definition. You can always write your own interpretation as well. So when we talk about values, so set of guiding principles considered to be virtuous. Okay, we can talk about this. Value is individual approach, not always. Values can also be, when you talk about values, it can also be at the level of the society, at the level of the nation. Okay, a middle path between traditional and modern values. Okay, so once you have explored that, what is the meaning of values, then I want you to talk about also the aspect that these values, they are never permanent, they are transient, they keep on changing, they are subjective. Very good. So they keep on changing with time, so they are not permanent, not permanent, keep on changing with time. Okay, right? It is very subjective. Yes, very subjective. What can be considered to be value driven, let's say, in a society, in one society, can be considered to be immoral in others. So, varies with perspectives, and varies with experiences. Okay, so they are subjective. Then, after that, right, humanity. Yes. What do we mean by humanity here? Human race. Okay. In this perspective, humanity means a set of behavior which a person shows sympathetic to others. Being humane. Very good. Being humane. So, attributes which define us. So, being humane. Okay. Ambika, that is a good representation. So, what Ambika has written is that values change from community to places to geographical location and other factors. So, it is not what humanity is, but humanity is the destination where all the values are expected to reach. Good, that is an encapsulation. Sympathetic behavior being respectful towards others. Okay. Varies with situation as well, like normally dog biting man is considered not a good reflected, but reflected a sympathy. But when someone who has bullied another person, okay, I see what you're getting at. So what you are referring, what Ilma is referring as an example is, let's suppose an individual incident happens where a stray dog bites any individual. That will never be considered to be virtuous. But let's suppose you are fighting a bad person and that stray dog bites that bad person. You will always consider it to be valuable and humanistic. That is a good example to put in. Okay. So attributes which define us, then here attributes required by the society or as a group of individuals. So here the meaning is that whatever the present condition of humanity be, that is not something which defines our values. In a way, our values should not be derided or should not be driven by our present day realities. Our values should gain momentum is something which should set a bar for which we strive and we take the humanity to that level. So values should not be perverted or should not be impacted by the real world, but the real world should change itself or should try to attain the aspect of being the one blessed with values. Okay, right? So here, when we talk about the perspectives in this case, so what are the various perspectives that you can provide? So let us talk about that. So let's suppose you talk about the perspectives in this. By the way, in this portion, in the introduction itself, as we have held the discussion, you have the scope to discuss a lot of factors. You have the scope to discuss about the details of values, the details of humanity, etc. You have ample scope to discuss about that. Okay, then let's talk about the perspectives. Humayun kept the respect for Rakhi sent by Rani Karnavati. Okay, yes, that can be an anecdotal introduction, a good anecdotal introduction. So, see, all of you are providing such creative introductions itself. That keeps me in very high spirit. So, Humayun and Rani Karnavati. So, because at that point of time, in those eras, it was never a norm, never a trend to go for the rescue in these cases, but he did. King Ashok will always provide you with multiple of such examples. Then Akbar, yes, Akbar will be a good example of this. So when we talk about historical, Akbar, Ashok, right? Okay. Swati, when you're talking about the portion of Ramayana, you have to ensure that it fits the bill here. Okay. You have to pay significant attention to the fact that it fits the bill here. Gandhiji, you can talk about, yes, Gandhiji, and in this case, you can talk about Gandhiji's fight against untouchability. Gandhiji's fight against what was the existent social norms. So social reformers can also be talked here. Raja Ram Mohan Roy. Now, what example can we talk about when we are talking about, let's say, or how we can elaborate upon this when we are talking, let's say, about Raja Ram Mohan Roy? How would that fit this bill or this area? Because at that point of time, what humanity encapsulated was a significant misdemeanor or mishandling of the entire I'm not saying that presently the female population is being treated very fairly and justice is being done out to them, because we are still very very far away from reaching that stage as an individual, as a society, where we can do some amount of justice to the female population for all the historical injustices that they have faced through the centuries and millennia of exploitation. So we are nowhere close to that. But then, still, when you consider around 200 years back, if the society is not so very prone to change now, you can imagine what the society would have been 200 years back. So, around 200 years back, fighting against the norm or the expected behavior of the society, of the humanity, Raja Ram Mohan Roy, Ishwar Chandra Vidyasagar, they basically raised their voice and managed to bring about an abolition to Sati Pratha, managed to bring about the aspects of widow remarriage, managed to bring about norms for girl education and against child marriage. So, all those things were managed at that point of time. Why? Because they held on to their values. They did not fall to the level that the humanity was existent in. Okay. Then Gautam Buddha, yes. Jyotiba Phule against untouchability, yes, absolutely yes. So in this, even Mahatma Gandhi, Jyotiba Phule, anyone you can take as the case. Mother Teresa will be a good anecdotal introduction. So Periyar. So if you have the anecdotal introduction, let's say of Periyar or let's say of Mother Teresa, always bring that about. Okay. Um, Abhijit, we had a story in English during the schools where a Japanese doctor secretly performs his function as a doctor and saves the life of enemy washed away near to his house. Okay, so you can bring that into a portion of anecdotal introduction. Yes. Labdhi, Nakul, and Sahadev treating Karna before war, example of Mahabharat, can be an example of anecdotal. See, so yes, you can use this absolutely well. And again, I would say when you are writing it out or when you are explaining the aspect of the mythological perspectives, always bring some sensitivity into it. Don't be insensitive when you are talking about it. Personal life. Okay. So in this, Azhar, your personal example, again, if you write, it will be your first hand and it will be like a journal entry. So that is never advisable, my dear friend. Okay. So that is where you can bring that. Any other perspectives that we can bring to the table? Can we bring to the table about the constitutional reforms or the framing of the constitution? Framing of the constitution. How? Because when we talk about the framing of the constitution, you have to appreciate one fact. Today, you might be able to find 50 different flaws in the entirety of the constitution, and that happens. But if you understand that the constitution framers, the constitution makers, they had been born, brought up, and they died in many of the cases in an India which was not independent. They were born and brought up under a foreign subjugation. And for them, always it was to seek some amount of a piecemeal approach, some amount of rights from the foreign hand. Now, in that background, creating a constitution which from day one seeks to provide universal adult franchise, which from day one, for the very basic principle, today you might have countries in Western Europe and also North America telling us that democracy is something which is in decline in our country. Now, if you look at the newspaper articles represented in the 1950s, written in the late 1940s and early 1950s, when India held its first election in 1942 or 1952, independent India held its first election in 1952. If you look at all the articles that the various countries and their newspapers published, they all talked about the democracy in India being very shambolic and a kind of a facade, where they said that, look, this is not a real democracy because India is providing right to vote to the poorest of the poor people, the most illiterate of the people. And how is it that those people will make smart choices? Because you have to understand, for the countries of the West, it was still considered to be a kind of a privilege to be given a right to vote. We have done that from day one. And that is where there was a lot of criticism and all the various op-eds, columns, etc., which were written. They always talked about that how the entirety of Indian democracy will be dead and dusted within a span of a decade. And those countries have continued to do so. That in 1940, they told that within 10 years, late 40s, they told that by 1960, the entire country will be gone to dust. Then again in 1960s, they made that same prediction. And that continues even today. So that is why the more you read about history, you will find that the narratives, they keep on getting the same. And this is something that you will find represented very ably well with the kind of pun intended in Ramchandra Guha's India After Gandhi. So when you have, if you have read the book of India After Gandhi, kindly do read that if you have not, and there you will find many such anecdotal introduction which you can provide. Okay, let's talk about few of the other perspectives. Reservation for scheduled tribe and scheduled caste, and also in general the universal adult franchise. Then you can talk about untouchability, abolishment of untouchability. Then the constitution talks about equal pay for equal work. So all those aspects of equality that constitution has highlighted upon. Then environmental perspective. So yes, you had Sundarlal Bahuguna and the Chipko movement, all of that, yes. Child labor, okay. Amrit, CSR is not doing well in India because of Western. No, no, Amrit. We can think about it in better way. So here, can we talk about global governance standards? Here you can talk about limitations of UN. Limitations of United Nations. Because when we talk about limitations, or let's say United Nation was formed or framed for what? To bring about a greater amount of peace, to inculcate global peace. But ever since its creation, observe what has been happening. For a 50 to 60 year period, the world was witness to one of the worst phases of Cold War. And that Cold War was pretty much damaging, pretty debilitating. Then after that, when the world came out of it, and as it was coming out of it, you had the Afghan war crisis. Before itself, only a couple of decades back, you had the Vietnam crisis, you had the Korean war crisis. all those crises. Then you had the Gulf War, then you had the second phase of the Afghan War. World has not been a peaceful place. Why? Because even the members of the United Nations, they accept what is going on as a kind of a reality. There is an acceptance that this is what value system is, but it should always strive for a greater good, regardless of whatever pressures it might be facing. Similarly, here you can talk about how WHO basically betrayed the world. For the lack of the better vocab, I would use the word betrayed. Why? Because WHO knew from day one that COVID, which is spreading out from China, that COVID can basically multiply, or that COVID can spread by the air itself. WHO knew it. WHO was also aware about the level of infection, but it chose not to inform the world, or it chose to be very moderate to the world. Why? Because China is one of the largest donors to WHO in order to appease China. Now, appeasement is the norm. Standing up for your values, that is where you depart from your norms. So, that is what was expected out of WHO, and WHO failed to do so. Okay? Refugee crisis, yes, absolutely. Refugee crisis. Then economy. Okay. No, CA can't be considered here. For what purpose will you consider this? In refugee crisis? No, refugee crisis talk about the broader perspective. Okay. Then value of terrorist is not considered with humanity. Okay. Terrorism angle can be brought here, but then that terrorism angle has to be brought about with different perspective here. When you are talking about terrorism, for example, you have to basically understand the fact that terrorism is uh, it is famously quoted, someone's terrorist is someone else's freedom fighter or sorts, or somebody else's like that kind of terms and phrases are used. But at the end of the day, the terrorist and the aspect of terrorism cannot be tolerated in the name that they are pursuing or pushing forward a kind of a struggle. Never. At the end of the day, when you go ahead and kill people, that is the red line. The day that you think yourself to be so very powerful that you can take other people's lives, something that you have no control on, but you take other people's lives. So then the entire aspect of what binds us as humanity, that in itself is lost. So the values of struggle should not always overpower the aspect of humanity. Corruption, yes. ICMR regulations on human clinical trials, religious preachings, good. So, history, you can talk about Mahatma Gandhi and his fight against untouchability. Polity, you can make makers of Indian constitution, provisions of equality. Okay. Then also the aspect of, in general, abolition of untouchability. Excuse me. Untouchability, abolition of discrimination, society issues related to human rights violation and free speech. So in the modern day context, it is something which is observed across the globe, and it is not only restricted over in India, and it is definitely not restricted to any particular part of the government or any particular political party. Please understand, regardless of whosoever has been in power in our country, regardless, and let me make it very, very clear, just so that we are not always taken up by our biases, our personal voting preference biases, to take a look at the larger ills which prevail the society. So, which whosoever has taken or has been ruling over the country, and in any part of the world, you will always find that there is a kind of a curb to the absolute and maximum free speech that can never be allowed. In many of the cases, due to certain compulsions, it is not always allowed, and it is not always. Free speech should always be held with certain preconditions. Okay, free speech does not mean saying anything and everything which is there in my mind. That might end up offending you, or might end up offending a larger society. Now, yes, you have advocates of that particular argument who will tell you that regardless of whatever is in your mind, you should bring that to the table. But that can also mean I come in front of your house, I start saying all the bad things about, let's say, your parents, without hurling an abuse. I can still be very, very, in a way, disconcerting. I can still be very abusive to your, let's say, any of your parents without using those bad words. Now, how is that considered to be a part of free speech? So, free speech always comes with conditions and riders. But despite that, riders and those conditions, you will always find that there is a curb on free speech in various parts of the world. That should not be taken as a new norm. That should not be taken in as, okay, this is how the society works, this is how the actual nation works. So it is happening in France, it is happening in Germany, it is happening in US, it is happening in UK, so it is okay for that to happen in India as well. No, you have to adhere to what humanity is. To uphold the ideas, you need to present the truth. And what is truth? Somebody's perspective, and that somebody's perspective needs to be presented. Okay. And India gave refuge to Dalai Lama. Yes, refuge to the Dalai Lama is one of those. Okay. Now, society issues we have done, international migration and migrant issues we have discussed. Then in sports, for some time, the aspect of cheating and match fixing, be it in football, be it in tennis, there have been the instances in very fast paced sports like Formula One, car racing as well, where the races have been fixed. So it can be taken as a norm, but that is where you stand out as an individual. Okay. Governance, inclusiveness in the society, this brings about the aspect of financial inclusion. Media. Now, media, you will find, again, this is a phenomena across the world, that you will find that majority of those media outlets, they work in a post-truth world. What is the post-truth world? Post-truth is where you already know what is the truth and you justify the evidences in order to support that. So whatever you believe, that is the truth, and you have multiple different aspects to support that belief. So across the world, you have these biases going on. So it can also be a compulsion that, okay, if it is happening in India, what is wrong in it? But that is where you have to differentiate. Okay. Ability to stand up for values, disaster management. Here you can talk about India's efforts abroad, efforts in Nepal, Turkey, very good. Then even Yemen. In all these, you can talk about how India lent a helping hand. Particularly, you can highlight the case of Turkey. Why? Because in the case of Turkey, our relations with Turkey have not been doing particularly well for the last decade, or for the last 5 to 7 years, the relations have not been particularly good. So, despite that, where the common compulsion would be to celebrate any kind of missed happenings in Turkey, or not to, or pay heed, or be very indifferent to them, we actually went ahead and proactively lent our support. So, that is where we departed from what the normal aspect is. Okay. I'm getting more philosophical ideas and ancient philosophical perspectives rather than horizontal expansion in this essay. Is that how do I balance? Bring both to the table. The aspects of philosophical ideas, bring both to the table. So, the aspect of perspective is just to provide relevance to the modern day world. So, that obviously you'll be able to find the scope for that. Okay. Environmental issues, absolutely. So, for example, when we talk about the entire issue of climate goals, and climate justice, that each country is waiting for someone else to do their job, then I will carry out my own compulsions of the climate goals that have been set for me. But here you have countries like India which have taken the lead and set up the International Solar Alliance, working towards renewables at an incredible pace, not witnessed anywhere in the world. So that is something you can talk about. Yes? Okay. So now we will move ahead with the next topics, and we will move ahead with the case of what to do in the GS based topics. Before that, we'll be taking a break, and we'll take a 15 minutes break, and then we'll be back. Okay, we'll be back in 15 minutes. A confirmation about the audio, please. If the audio is clear and available, kindly confirm. Thank you. Now, let me ask this question. Even though I don't expect all of you to have written the answers, but how many of us have written the essays for the questions that were put up for the test on Saturday? And how many of us have basically tried to write the main test series? Any of us? Ilma, in your case, I am aware that you have written. Rahul, okay. Manoj, yes, you have also written. So, guys, I would suggest that, see, this is a portion where, as long as the sessions are being held, that is till the time that the drive is going to exist, that I have to write the essays and I can think about the essays. Because let me tell you, the type of perspectives that you are bringing to the table, guys. And let me be very honest about it. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. I'm not going to um, deliberately make you feel good. Any of you who have attended my sessions before, you are aware of the fact that I do believe in facing the hard realities. So many of you are having the ability to bring very unique points to the table, but that will never come to fruition, or please don't let that talent go to waste just because you lack practice. Okay, as of now you might have that kind of a preconceived notion or a kind of a misconception, whichever aspect you can think about it. You can have that notion that, okay, right now if I'm able to think 4 points, then by the time that I appear for the essay I will be able to think about 40 points. That can happen, but it will happen only if you continue to do the practice about it. Okay. And Shelly, my appearing year is 2025, so I didn't attempt mains test series. See, I'm not asking you to attempt the mains test series for the other subjects. Essay is a subject, or essay is a topic where right now you have some amount of accumulated point of information in your life. the and by accumulated point of information I mean that, let's suppose you know a few tidbits about the freedom struggle. Let's suppose you know few of the anecdotes about, let's say, the social reform. So that is something I want you to bring to the table. How many points are you able to think when you read the entire GS portion thoroughly? Automatically your ability to reproduce essays will improve exponentially, guys. It is about that critical approach, that critical thinking that I am trying to instigate amongst all of you. Okay, so please do try that. And essay, I have written 800 to 900. Fair enough, that will work. That does work. Slowly and steadily with the enrichment of ideas, it will also improve. Okay. And Dangar, when I try to write, nothing comes to the mind. That happens, my dear friend. That happens with answer writing as well. When you start writing your answers, immediately there is a blank which you are confronted with. So that is the norm. That is why rough work or brainstorming, just do the basic rough work. But I'm taking around 3 hours to write an essay. Okay, after the rough work that you have done. So in that case, please analyze whether you are putting additional amount of effort into crafting your handwriting in a particular manner, or you are putting more time, taking more time to bring adequate amount of vocabulary so that Shashi Tharoor himself gets impressed. So either of those things might be happening why you are taking so much time, but it will improve with practice. Okay. um, I want to write an intro with the poem or short story, but I'm unable to write. So that is why you have the books that I suggest. Okay. So Shanavas, you know that what needs to be done. Okay. So now coming to the portion of the body where we get to the role of data pointers and the case studies. Now, which data pointers here am I referring to? So even for your mains preparation, for your general studies mains preparation, ideally, if you want to have a very good marks in the mains paper and not being stuck in the averages, if you want to score really good, always I would suggest you to maintain 2 to 3 sheets of factoids, something that you revise, something that you revisit on a weekly basis. With the current affairs, you keep on updating them. Now, those factoids can involve, let's suppose, the number of child laborers that we have in our country. Let's suppose by the sex ratio, the case of literacy rate that we have, the demographic details of our population, all those aspects of fact figures that generally we are not able to recall. So always try to put them into a data sheet, put it into an A4 piece paper, and at max you should have 2 to 3 such A4 sheets, not more than that. Because if you are doing it more than that, then you won't be able to recall anything. So restrict it to that portion and start revising it. Okay, so those sheets, refer to them as your factoids, refer to them as your important pointers for your general studies preparation, which will be utilized for your mains answer writing in GS paper 1, GS paper 2, GS paper 3. And then when you use those data pointers to authenticate your point of view, suddenly your point of view becomes much more realistic, and suddenly people will pay more attention. I had given you an example of this before as well. Let's suppose one of your friends comes to you and tells you that, the level of poverty in India has declined. You might believe that person, you might not believe that person. But then some other person, individual, comes to you and tells you that the level of absolute poverty in India has declined by around 53% or 55%. You will definitely believe that person. So it has got to do with the conformational biases, the behavioral attribute, what we refer to as a conformational bias, where you, in a way, tend to have a biasness over these data pointers. So if you have these data pointers, use them. And case studies also. Case studies is something that you encounter on your day-to-day basis of current affairs. Let's suppose a particular government scheme. Now, I'm sure most of you would be following the aspect of politics and would be deeply ingrained in politics much more than what I can even imagine, what I can even fathom about. But then, even in the parliamentary debates, when you take a look at the parliamentary debates which have happened in the history as well, in the past as well, if you take a record of that, all the parliamentary debates and speeches which have been very substantial are the ones where you have real life examples, where you have authentication with the help of the data pointers as well. So those are the parliamentary speeches that you attest more value to. So that is where you can extract something. When we write a quote in an any answer of an essay, it is compulsory to write what actually written by the philosopher, not exactly. So Suraj, if I basically, if I understand or interpret the meaning of your question basically is that if I don't recall the exact quotation, then will there be an issue? So there is not much of an issue with that. The only difference will be how you write it. Because when you basically write, let's suppose that any of the dialogues, for example, Mahatma Gandhi gave the quotation that truth always triumphs. Let's suppose that you don't exactly recall this. So if you recall this exactly, put it in double quotes. If you don't recall it exactly, then go for without these double quotes. As Mahatma Gandhi famously said, don't put quotes in that. Okay, that is to convey that I don't remember or recall verbatim what Mahatma Gandhi said, but this was the larger meaning. Okay, now then, conclusion. Now, what is to be written in the portion of conclusion? Conclusion is basically the summarization of everything that you have written and crafted in an essay. That is what the conclusion is about. So it is a summarization of thoughts and the data pointers that you have presented. And here you have to convey the exact meaning of your essay, that whether you are for the topic, against the topic, whether you are for the topic but there are challenges which are there needs to be a way forward in that. Represent that in conclusion. So it is a place for crisp depiction of idea presented in the essay. Can we write quotes in GS papers? Yes, why not? There is a scope for that. Yes. So a brief quote you can always recreate. There is, so that piece of, as long as you are adhering to the content of the question, these quotes will always add value. To grab the attention of the examiner, can I write a quote in capital letter? There is enough resources for everybody needs, but not for everybody's greeds. You can do that, but do it in a kind of a visually pleasing manner. I'll tell you what do I mean. I'll take the same example. I have seen this in the answer papers for your guys, you guys itself, where I have seen that in order to attract the attention of the evaluator, how sometimes your aim is good, virtuous, but you end up bungling it. So how do you do that? So let's suppose there is enough for everybody's needs, not enough for everybody's greed. Let's suppose. Now, let's suppose you have to, or you want to represent this in capital connotations, in capital letters. Now, if you are doing it like this, fair enough. But in its place, what people do is they will do like this. So, where if you observe this, the evaluator will be forced to pay attention into this, but not because of good reason. Evaluator will look into this in order to make a conclusion that you are not very clean or clear about your point of view. So again, I would hark back to the fact that the cleaner or clearer your answer paper is, better is the image which is created. Okay? Always. Okay? Uh, how to improve critical thinking? So, see, that is why I am holding these discussions. I'm holding these discussions. I could have very well given you the model answers for all the philosophical quotes and be done with it. You would also be very happy. Many of you would be very, very happy. And my work would also be significantly smoothened out because I would be reading from those model answers in the PPTs. So right now, the portion that we are, or the effort that we are putting in, where that back and forth movement of ideas. So try doing that. Okay. If not comfortable in the session, just observe how we are bouncing through the various ideas. Try to have that bouncing of ideas even at your individual level if possible, unless and until you don't put significant attention into that. That for any topic, for example, the conclusion always has to be for an optimistic note, always. So here, any topic in the world can have an optimistic ending. Any topic in the world, as bad as a natural disaster, can still be framed positively in the conclusion, where you talk about the fact that there have been many learnings from this. There has been a learning to respect nature, to understand the natural behavior and the natural phenomena in a much better manner, in a much better way. So that will be a kind of an optimistic note, right? So always, when you think about, for example, patriarchy is something, or one of those social malaise, for which it is very difficult to look at the bright side. But there also, in conclusion, you can talk about, with a greater level of awareness, with a greater level of exposure with the rest of the world, that social ill of patriarchy will sooner or later get taken care of, or will disappear, as the society becomes more open to the inculcation of ideas. So you are talking about how in the future or tomorrow is going to be better than what today is. Today is already better than what yesterday was. So yesterday, as in the past, in the, let's say, past couple of decades, or even more than that, 100 years back, the situation was very dire. The situation has improved, but has not yet become ideal. But the path in which that we are going through, there will always be a brighter future. So that aspect you need to elaborate. Okay. Then, reference to questions and the various different examples which have been cited. So you need to bring that to the table, that whichever portion of the keywords that you have decided, that you have elaborated upon the essay, hark back upon those as well, revisit those as well. Class timings. Is there any doubt for today's class timings, guys? I see this question being repeated multiple times. Is there an issue with the timing of the class? What is the doubt that you have? That will I leave the class early because I was ill? It's showing 2 lectures. Is it? Let me check on the app itself. So, no. You have only one session for essay today, listed today. Okay. I would be the first person to know if I had an extra session for essay to be taken at 9. And I would never put you through this kind of a disaster where, in the name of the morning session, I get you guys and then I keep you guys here for like continuous 2 sessions. That kind of a betrayal is something that I don't believe. So, even if it's showing 2 lectures on app, kindly ignore it. There must be some discrepancy, etc., which would have happened. That is why. So the sessions will end. The session will end and the class will end at 9:30. Okay. I hope that is something which provides relief to a lot of people. Okay. Good. Is it a chance that an evaluator considered a silly mistake and become an entire essay wrong? Uh, So basically, when you talk about the aspect of the impression created in the mind of the evaluator, it can happen that in the first page itself, you have committed so many errors, so many grammatical errors, presentation errors. So that is not going to work. But app is showing 2 lectures. Okay, my dear friend, I apologize for the issue in the app. I hope you can pay attention to the session. This session will continue till 9:30. Tomorrow again we will have an essay session. Is that clear now? Regardless of whatever the app is telling you, regardless of whatever is telling you. Okay, is that clear? I understand that in the case of many of your apps, it is not showing that. But regardless if it is telling you, regardless of anybody comes to your house and tells you himself that there are 2 sessions, let me clarify, today we'll have only one session. The session will end at 9:30. So I don't expect many questions coming around that aspect. Is that okay? Okay. Now, the panic which strikes is something which is very nice to see. So I have a temptation just to see that panic strike. I have the temptation to say that I have two sessions, but then I don't know how many of you will take it seriously and immediately will resort to drastic measures. So, yeah, so please don't get panicked. Okay. Okay. So now we come to the aspect of conclusion. So, here, for example, if the question is why should we be proud of being Indians? So, here, first of all, what is the demand of this particular essay? So, in this topic, when you are writing or creating an essay here, so basically, what is the demand of it? The demand is you have to exhibit the various different challenges that we face at the uh, perspective of the geographical entities, at the perspective of the political governance structures, at the perspective of, let's say, in many rights, human rights in many of the areas. All those challenges need to be highlighted. This is not a particular topic where you simply go about the benefits or the how we are one of the greatest civilizations in the world. That is required to be written. But here also you need to highlight the various challenges and how, despite those challenges, there is always a kind of a positivity. There is always a kind of a hope that we are going to reclaim our place in the world and we are going to climb back up on the level of the global governance as well. Okay. Now, despite the innumerable lacunae and problems of day to day sustenance for millions, there is no denying the fact that India is much more than a piece of land. It is an idea which has thrived for millennia and continues to prosper in the hearts and minds of the global community. It indeed has been the torchbearer amongst civilizations as far as knowledge and way of life is concerned. Even though we as a civilization did suffer significant setbacks due to prolonged colonization, the citizenry should own it as their own setbacks rather than living in denial. Okay, it is our setback as a community. We have to move together and move forward to make India a place which justifies the wordings of Jahangir, which was made for Kashmir once. So here you can end with a quotation. All of you who were talking about whether we can include quotation in the portion of the conclusion or not, so you can include the quotation here. Now, when you are providing that quotation, I have set a context prior to that, and then the quotation itself, that is Gar Firdus Barru is Zaminas, Haminasto, Haminastus, or that is, if there is a heaven on earth, it is here, it is here, it is indeed here. So here you also provide the relevance or the interpretation of it. So that is where you can provide the quotation to add a punch to what you are trying to conclude. Okay. Now, after this, here, let's delve into a few more of the philosophical essays. Now, when we talk about few of the more philosophical essays, here, first of all, understand that the philosophical essays will be driving around few of the keywords. For example, the difference between, let's suppose, the aspect of truth and reality, the aspect of knowledge and wisdom, values and value based education. So, these are few of the areas which are driving. Now, can we discuss a question for 2022, which appeared in 2022? That is, you cannot step in the same river twice. Okay? Can we use this? Or can we think about this? First of all, what do you understand as the meaning of this? I want you to infer the meaning of this first. What do you think is the meaning of this? You cannot step twice in the same river or step in the same river twice. Anything that you consider, what is the meaning of it? Same situation doesn't remain forever. Okay, Chaitanya, that is good. We cannot make a mistake twice. Can't do the same mistake again. You cannot go back into your past. Very good. That is the creative interpretation I'm talking about. Nothing is static. So let me write the meanings and the implications of it. One implication is cannot commit same mistake twice. See, Shelly, and you were wondering whether you should write the essay or not. Cannot commit the same mistake. Then cannot go into the past or change is constant or static. Then time and situation once gone will never come back. Very good. You will not gain the same opportunity twice. Very good. Cannot have the same opportunity. Again, the situation cannot be same all the time. Yes. Right? Cannot trust the wrong person twice. So all those aspects, Swapnil, will come under this category that cannot consider the same mistake. Something that has passed from life cannot be revised later in life. History doesn't repeat itself, often rhymes. So one should be careful. But the famous quotation, Alok, is that history repeats itself. So history doesn't repeat itself is a kind of an aberration. Same level of respect cannot be earned. So that can also have the connotation of cannot have the same opportunity again. Right? Okay. So that is the meaning of this. These are the three interpretations that most of you have revolved around, directly or indirectly. So if you are writing a direct introduction, or if you are framing a kind of a quotation based introduction, like let's say time and tide waits for none, as few of you have pointed, etc. So any of these portions that you are writing, you need to be elaborating upon these three perspectives. Okay, you need to be elaborating upon these perspectives, that you cannot commit the same mistake, cannot go into the past, or change is constant, cannot have the same opportunity again. You need to be elaborating upon that. Okay, now how do you elaborate upon it? Okay, so when you, let's suppose you are writing an essay here. So in the case initially itself, so the topic talks about the fact that the same mistake cannot be. So with that, you in itself you can initiate as direct as that. If you don't remember a quotation, you can have as direct an introduction as a direct representation of these meanings. Each of these meanings need to be talked about. For example, cannot commit the same mistake. So people oftentimes, so there you can talk in an abstract manner, third person perspective, that people always end up talking about how there is a relevance, or there is a kind of a urge to revisit the past, or they keep on continuing the same mistakes expecting a change in the final outcome, but that doesn't happen. So those are the things that you need to exemplify here. Is that clear, Shakir? Okay. Now, let us talk about the perspectives. Alok, all the three perspectives is to be explained in the introduction itself. In some part of the introduction, continue it into the body to provide that flow. What can be the perspectives here? The first point can be elaborated by the fact of partition, like the rise of separatist tendencies, cannot be tolerated. Good, very good. So, the learnings from the past. So, this is learnings from the past. Cannot trust in China can be one of those attributes from that. Yes. We are born once and we die once. So that is, you are veering off to the path of you only live once, hashtag YOLO. So let's enjoy life as much as you can. So fair enough, but you need to be able to justify that. Okay. So learnings from the past, here you can talk about horrors of partition. Okay. You can talk about uh, other, next time we'll try. Policy from defensive towards offensive in China. So China policy. Okay. And the water in the river is consistently flowing, which means that even within a few minutes, water at a particular spot won't be the same as it was earlier. Can that be written as an example? Rather than an example, this needs to be written to explain the meaning of the essay in itself. Okay. Then degradation of environment. Okay, good. Degradation of environment. What explanation of Buddha are we talking about? India will have to work hard now to become a world power, or we might lose the chance. So, there you talk about the demographic dividend, about the opportunity perspective. Demographic dividend. Dividend. Every day people change because they have new experiences which shape them. So you cannot step into the same river twice. Yes, Pujaba, that is good. Climate tipping points. This needs to be talked about with the association with this fact itself. Nuclear warfare, Hiroshima and Nagasaki nuclear bomb, inflation, black money, emerging tech. Emerging tech you can talk about. And the need to adapt to the changes, as change is the only constant. Need to adapt. Adapt. Amal, very good. We can't go back and change the atrocities of colonial rule, but we should learn from it. We should, rather than having a kind of a denial, we should ensure that same thing doesn't happen in the future. Similarly, we have many of the misgivings about our past, and we treat many of the past history with the present moral yardstick, which in itself is wrong. You cannot deal with or you cannot judge someone's activity 500 years back based upon how you behave today. So in that case, the future will be judging you based upon what you are doing today, right? So here, make decisions better, realization of the opportunity that you have. For example, at the level of the society as well, many of the times the society stands at the cusp of change. Now it is the now let's suppose that cusp of change happens when you are exposed to outside set of ideas when you have newer people coming in, isn't it? When you have awareness, source of information coming in. So there can only be two paths that you can choose from there. One path is that you can shun all the new ideas, that we are good as we are. And the other path can be to embrace the newer ideas. The moment you shun or close the door to the existing ideas or the newer set of ideas, rather than advancing, you are actually sliding back the developmental and the intellectual ladder, right? Something that India witnessed through the 8th century onwards, right up till around a significant portion of the Middle Ages, where we did not have any scientific discovery, invention attested to our name. Majority of the discoveries and inventions and the intellectual might of the society of the people dates back significantly longer. Why? Because the society in itself started becoming closed during the Middle Ages. We were hostile to any new set of ideas. That has also got something to do with the geopolitical reality, where every other day you had newer set of people coming from outside and colonizing us. So that was again a part of the larger societal changes that the country witnessed. But nonetheless, the society took a step back. So that is where we can implement it at the level of the society as well. We cannot step at a time of the time on both economic development and environmental degradation. Bank nationalization. Okay, so learnings from the past, you can talk about that. Economic learnings, economic mistakes that we have made. Do not trust anybody so very easily the way many kings in the past did, as they trusted Britishers. So, okay, disasters, Great Depression. Once bitten, twice shy. Yes, that is a good proverb to be used. Interpretation of Article 21 at different occasion by Supreme Court. Okay. So, what do we write in the opportunity here, other than the demographic dividend? What do we write with the opportunity? That you cannot step in the same river twice. That means the opportunity that you have right now, you won't get that opportunity again. In order to understand that, not to be written, but in order to understand that, think about it, that presently you have the opportunity to represent, let's suppose, or to fulfill your own wishes and desires, the wishes and the desires of the larger family and the society associated with you. That is to compete for the civil services examination and clear that examination. Not everybody in the country gets that opportunity. Even in your family members, if you talk to your elder generation, many of them would have had that latent desire. Many of them would have failed to realize that because of the social foundations that they had, because of the compulsions that they had. Maybe they had to earn. Maybe they had to leave their houses at a very young age. Maybe they had some other compulsions. They were married very young, etc., etc. Now, you have that opportunity. As of now, you might think that this opportunity is something that, fair enough, I don't even need this. I will do something else in my life. But this opportunity is very rare. You don't get that opportunity again in your life ever, right? So that is where the aspect of significant utilization, existing resources, they need to be utilized. So here you can talk about utilization of resources, sustainability, utilization of resources, political judicial reforms. Now, there is a saying in the case of the governance that if you carry out too much of reforms, you will make the people, the society, and the polity uneasy. And that is where people will not be participant to those reforms anymore. People will not be receiving those reforms with a positive aspect. They will turn hostile. So always it is said in administration, that in administrative circles, if you interact with them, always you have that kind of a feeling that the constancy, if you maintain that constant level, everybody is happy. If you bring about a change, everybody gets disquieted by that. But then there is no perfect opportune time to bring about a reform at ever any point of time. Do you think when you talk about the social reforms, when Raja Ram Mohan Roy initiated a movement to ban the sati pratha, do you think that was the opportune time? No, there can never be such an opportune time. But the point or the moment that you carry out the reform, from that day onwards, you can craft or create a new narrative altogether. Now, you might bring economic reforms, much needed labor reforms, etc., in our country. Let's suppose in 2038. But our demographic dividend exists only up till 2038. After that, our demographic dividend, all the young population will enter into their 40s. And that is when you will have a lesser amount of benefit associated. Okay. So that is where the reforms, as soon as they are carried out, better is the yield, better is the result. Fundamental rights also. Yes. Sir Sayyid Ahmad Khan, you can talk about it. That how Sayyid Ahmad Khan is one of the luminaries in terms of spreading initially in his initial portion of work about initially talking about the importance of education. Very good. Many of you have pointed this. India's opportunity of hosting G20. India as president of G20. So that gives us with the ability to, in a way, advocate the rights of the global south, to be representatives of the global south. Okay. No conventional war. Okay, see, many of you here, I would suggest that you are veering away from the demand of the question. Look at the question once again. We can make a law for uplifting those who have been deprived historically. Okay. India is hosting of World Cup, but that is periodic. Use of nuclear weapons. That is too extreme a step, my dear friend. Gandhiji agreed for Swaraj Party by learning from Surat split. Yes, that is a good interpretation. Uh, Time is like a river, you cannot touch the same water twice. Yes. So, enjoying the present. So, that is where you will talk about the learnings at the personal level, individual level. So, meaning of the topic, off topic, and how individually one can benefit. Right time to create opportunities to join UNSC. Here you can also talk about, for example, many countries in the global south or many countries in general across the globe, they are looking for direction in terms of values. Now, we as a country, we always talk about Vasudev Kutumbakam, we always talk about morality and an aspect of value system associated in our international relations. So, now we can always bring upon, now is the current stage when India's voice is being heard, India's voice is being respected. That is where, with the help of examples, we can chart out a path for the global development. We can be the advocates and the pioneers in global one manship, or rather, not one manship, but a global unity and then global development to be followed by following the values. So proper respect to human values. Okay, respect to human values. One of you had also pointed out this is leading by example. One of you had also pointed out need to work in R&D, research and development, that is improve education, level of education. Okay, yes, the path to Vishwaguru that is being so much talked about. Skill upgradation, right? Here itself, skill upgradation. That can also be talked about. Very good, guys. Then you can talk about the startups. Yes, Startup India. Atmanirbharta you can talk about. Can we talk about Atmanirbharta here? Yes. Right? Yes. So when you talk about or bring into emphasis the aspect of Atmanirbharta or self-sufficiency, there you can highlight the role of Make in India, PLI, Buddha's eightfold path. Okay. So how will you justify that in this particular aspect? How will you bring that to the table? No, Rahul, that won't be correct. Your idea for, let's say, Akhand Bharat or integrated India, please don't highlight that. Space exploration, yes. Niti Ayog, how? Opportunity to become a semiconductor hub, that will be a part of the manufacturing power giant to utilize the demographic dividend. Is irreversible changes related to the topic? It is absolutely related. Absolutely. But here, just to give you a kind of an alternate aspect, can we think about a possibility where we can, in a way, uh, contradict the topic in itself? Can we think about, now many of you have pointed the perspective in a similar direction. Can we think about a perspective where we can contradict the topic? Shiva, the concept of basic structure in 1970s and how it is followed. Okay. How can we contradict this topic here, guys? Hitler says that take 10 step ahead and back as per required, still will be ahead. If it is not the same river, then it is not the same man. Very, very, very good. Beautiful. Going back to same equality as during ancient times. Learn from past and make changes in education system. We always have the opportunity to best in life. Youthfulness is not only the age. So here there is a significant scope to be written, and that is a scope that not many candidates will explore. Let me be very upfront with you, and that is contradiction of the topic. Contradiction. And this is where you have to be able to highlight opportunities, possibility, of opportunities. Okay, so possibility of opportunities, where you have to utilize the opportunity, but it is not the end of the world. You have multiple different ways in which you can find a particular solution, particularly in the individual level. At an individual level, you have the sad cases of many of the individuals ending their life due to, let's suppose, when they are not able to succeed in an examination or something like that, or when they are, let's say, upset with a particular problem which has offered itself around them. So that is where many of them get dejected. But there's always a possibility of opportunities. One set of opportunity, one door, when it closes, there can be multiple different doors which open up. So that is where, rather than stepping into the same river, you can have a newer set of opportunities. Okay, sharing technologies of defense all the time will lead to improvement of defense system and international ties. Okay, Indira Gandhi came back to power after major defeat. Political stories are there, sports stories are there. For example, take the case of any of the legendary sports people out there, legends out there. Now, for example, if you take the case of, let's say, any of them, Roger Federer, Rafael Nadal in tennis, or let's suppose you consider Lionel Messi, now, or Cristiano Ronaldo, a more apt example, where they suffered a setback, but they created an opportunity to be able to capitalize on that again. They did not let that deter them into a kind of a very disadvantaged scenario. Okay, Sandeep Singh can be talked about in the case of hockey as well, right? Yes, Ajay, that is correct. Mrityunjay, you're putting forward a question here. It can be presented as way forward at personal level, can help in national security. Yes. So you can recreate that kind of opportunity again, Azhar. Okay. People, things, and moments come and go. If we look at our own body, even while living, it's temporary. Our cells keep on changing. Yes. Less investment of education, only 3%, where it should be 6% of the GDP. Yes. So these are the things that you can highlight. This is a question which appeared in 2022, and that is where a lot of the candidates, they immediately, in the 2022 paper, one question that we have discussed, that forests can be the case studies for economic excellence. This is another question. Gradually we'll discuss all the question on the aspect of the 2022 paper. All the 8 questions I'll be discussing in the next 3 sessions also. So just to provide you an idea about how to create an essay. So when we talk about the philosophical essay, first of all, you need to be able to understand the keywords. You need to bring perspectives to the table. Okay, perspectives are something which add the current relevance, that makes the topic relevant to today. Okay, so for the perspective addition, we have talked about the various different portions. We have talked about GS paper 1 to GS paper 4. Okay, now, yes, Tushar, you can highlight that. Sneha, shall we write essay on the discussed topic today? Any of the topic that you want to write an essay on, yes, you can. So, most powerful is he who has himself in his power. Now, we had discussed the quotations for this in the previous session, isn't it? We had discussed the quotation that I'll show you the quotation of Marcus Aurelius as well. Marcus Aurelius books of, if you get a hold of that particular book, the hard copy is particularly, it is costly as well, but it is something which is very nice. So Marcus Aurelius, I hope you are aware, was a philosopher in the Roman Empire, and one of the individuals who had a significant amount of idea about meditations, about self control, about self lacunae, courage need to improve, the fear that a man faces. So his book is also something which is a light read. Don't take it as a book which you need to finish it in one day. One page in a day would also be sufficient. Okay. So you have power over your mind, not outside event. Realize this and you will find strength. That was provided by Marcus Aurelius. He who controls others may be powerful, but he who has mastered himself is mightier still. Okay. Then you have Bhagavad Gita. Bhagavad Gita is also one of those particular books where you have lot of information about the importance of self control, about how your and Lord Krishna in Bhagavad Gita famously talks about that how the various different uh, sensory organs that we have, they are like the chariot, they are like the horses of the chariot, and it is our soul, our thinking, which is like the charioteer. So if we have a strong charioteer, the chariot will move in a set direction. So that aspect from Bhagavad Gita can be taken. Can we give example from our daily life associated to the point? You can, but please don't put it in first person perspective. Never. Okay. Very good, Chaitanya. The sun is considered to be most powerful because it has got its own energy. Okay. So most powerful is he who has himself in his power. So this also has got a scope for vertical expansion. First of all, vertical expansion can be carried out easily here at the level of individual self control. And by the way, you need to elaborate what do you mean by power here. Okay, that needs to be elaborated here. Then at the level of the society, right? The requirement of a harmonious society, not aggravated by outside instigations, by outside instigations. Because it happens most of the cases, the disquiet that we see in the society, the strifes that we see in the society, that is where it is many of the times instigated from outside, but the ramifications of that is felt at the local domestic level. So if the society is sure footed, if the society doesn't have that kind of misconception about each other, if the society is close knit, then what will happen? The society, rather than being a place for such instigators to operate upon, will be a refuge for the harmonious. So that is where, not aggravated by outside instigations. Vertical expansion of the topic means that you can use that topic at the individual level, at the level of the family, at the level of the society, at the level of the nation. That is the vertical expansion. Horizontal expansion is when you talk about the different perspectives. Then at the level of the nation, domestic stability. Satyam, this topic talks about he only. Does it have a gender bias? So ideally, this topic is not having a gender bias, but yes, when it is representing he, it is referring to the larger humankind. So in that ways, it has got a gender bias, but not to be explained in the answer. Okay. So domestic stability reflects the national strength. Now, when a country is not stable internally, that that country is never considered to be a powerhouse. When a country is very, very strong internally, it is very stable internally, globally, it is considered to be one of the. Take the case of India itself. Now, India after independence, we have had a phase of significant amount of uh, separatist movements happening in various different parts of the country. We have had a significant amount of discrimination, restlessness, unease, which have existed in many parts of the country. We have had various different societal compulsions that we are faced with. So every time that happens, you will find that India is unable to punch even equal to its weight at the global sphere. But whenever India has been able to do so, you will find that it has been on the back when India has had got a significant clear cut mandate for the government to be ruling, be it in the 70s, be it in the 80s, or be it now. The reason why you are able to punch maybe above your weight in the international sphere is because of the domestic stability. Okay, right? Like European Union. Yes, European Union also significantly in many of the cases they represent the situation, or they end up highlighting the situation of a discord or a discordance, when you will find that internally the countries are squabbling amongst them. Okay, right? Non-aligned movement of the nation. Good. So that is the vertical expansion. Now the perspectives, that is the horizontal expansion of the topic. When we talk about the perspectives to be provided. So here, historical evidence, in the case of, talk about King Ashoka again. You can talk about more prominently about Gautam Buddha. That will be a very good example here. Anusha, importance of meditation and yoga to control one's minds and self. That can be highlighted. Yes, absolutely. Okay. How is it that Tipu can be brought into this historical perspective? Please highlight. So, in any of the portions, if you are convinced that it can be brought to the table, bring that to the table. Introspection is required. Okay. India has its people with its power. Rani Lakshmi Bai. How Rani Lakshmi Bai in this case? See, he who has himself in his power. So when you are representing any of these examples, be it Tipu Sultan, be it that of Rani Lakshmi Bai, you have to highlight that how they had power over themselves. Okay. And in the case of Ramayan, Lord Ram, yes, he was able to stand to his territory even though he was attacked by along with the Britishers. Okay. Gandhi ji, yes. Swami Vivekanand, okay. Absolute power equal to corruption equal to more power. No, this is not the place to highlight that. Here you need to highlight about power also. What are the various interpretations and meaning of power? Can we give example of Angulimal? Yes, you can. Hitler. Dedication as a power, Edison invented bulb which gave light to the entire world. So see, presently, see, when we talk about Edison and why it won't be the correct example here, understand what is the topic about when you are having power over your own self. So, in the case of Edison, you cannot rely on that. In fact, if you read the history, or how many of you have read the history between the feud which existed between Nikola Tesla and uh, Thomas Edison, right? If you have not, kindly take a look at that. That is filled with various different hypocrisies on the side of Edison. Okay. Yes, so you have read, so it would be interesting. An educated person perspective at the individual level, Babar and the earlier failure. And later, yes, Babar can be given as an example because he had himself in much control. Okay. Can we highlight from religious history? If you are highlighting something from religious history, so there you have to be very sensitive, guys. There you have to ensure that you are not veering on the side of any extreme point of thought. You are not veering towards a kind of a worship, or you are able to bring out the crux of it. Any of the perspective, mythological and religious perspective, be very sensitive. Okay. Now, then political, can we talk about the importance of party politics when we talk about inner democracy, right? We can talk about that inner democracy, that how inner democracy, if it is present in the political parties, then they will be much greater representatives of that entire democratic movement. But that is something which is lacking in majority of the political class across the country, isn't it? Then need for self sufficiency or आत्मनिर्भरता, sufficiency और आत्मनिर्भरता. Okay. Then aspect of what are the other things that we can bring about? Akbar's tolerance policy. So what did he have in control in his power? Make in India, yes. Swaraj, yes. Who has power in himself will become the torchbearer of for a generation. Yes, these things. Congress has democratic elections for the important posts, but still not able to perform. So that is where is there a democracy which truly prevails. And in this case also, I would suggest you to refrain from name calling. Please don't. You can be supporter of a political party. You can be an opponent of a political party. Please don't go for the name calling. So again, I have multiple questions. So the class is till 9:30 p.m. guys, 9:30 a.m. guys. Okay, please don't have any doubts in that. And ISRO, ISRO, how Shoaib influence Indian society towards independent phase. Okay, so unity in Indian society, unity in society. Hitler was not in control in many of the cases. And here, talk about national goals. Then there is a scope for negative connotation, right? Wrongful use of power. Okay, control through subjudication or authoritarianism. Okay, right? Misuse, who cannot control himself. Edison was sent home by a letter that his mother was, upon being asked, school have not enough faculty to teach your child, as he is very, after get to read that letter, it was written that your child is abnormal. It was his mother's will and belief that made him optimistic. But again, that veers away from the demand of the topic slightly, right? So, yes, Mrityunjay, I am also able to see that. Uh, Women's group protesting against alcoholism and Bihar government banning alcohol. Okay. So, this is something that you have to capitalize or elaborate upon in this case. Now, here, when we talk about it, these are the particular kinds of introduction that you can provide, quotation based anecdotes you can provide with the help of the example of Gautam Buddha himself, where you talk about that how Gautam Buddha initially was not having significant amount of control over his own senses, and that is where he abandoned everything in order to seek enlightenment, in order to gain information and knowledge and wisdom rather about the life and the requirements of life in itself. After that, when he emerged, he was a much stronger individual, and he could basically also talk about and help others in inculcating the ideas. Okay, so that is something. Then the meaning of power, ability to create and cause a real change, that is what a power is. Power can be direct, power can be implied as well. Many of the times in many of the countries you will see that there is a particular government structure, but the real power lies with the case of someone else. For example, in our neighboring nation, we have the real power lying somewhere else, the government is someone else. Same is the case with many of the South African countries, where you have an elected government, but the real power is wielded by someone else. Take the case of Russia. For the past 20 years, regardless of whosoever has been president, prime minister, it has continued to change, but the power lies with one individual. So that can be direct, that can be applied as well. So perspectives, freedom struggle, and how the society came together in order to push for the freedom struggle. Only then we had substantial changes, because the struggle continued in the 1800s as well. The struggle continued in the first couple of decades of the 1900s as well. But there, not a large or a massive scale of participation was observed at the side of the public. That is where we kept on facing significant amount of drawbacks. But once everybody got together, the power that the society had was something which the Britishers could not ignore anymore. Then, fate of political parties, effective opposition or governance. When you stick to the aspects of governance, when you have, uh, as I said, democracy in your internal functioning, then the democracy and the cause of democracy is something which will be understood and perceived by the larger public as well. Then the country's fate. So here you can talk about certain rogue states, for example, where you have the non-state actors. So there, for example, take the case of Pakistan itself, the ideal example where you can take many such cases. So in Pakistan, if you observe now, the country in itself, as a part of its foreign policy, previously has created many different pressure and interest groups based upon based upon the sectarian and religious lines. Now, as a result of that, today, when the country is trying significantly harder to come out of the economic crisis, it is plagued by the various different terrorist attacks, by the various different drawbacks which happen. Okay, then to here you also have to talk about slightly varied. You can rather, you don't necessarily, about the role of EI. So that is how you respond to an a kind of an outside instigation, the one that we are talking about at the level of the society and the nation. So how, or even as an individual, it can happen that an individual comes ahead and pokes you, instigates you. Now, to immediately bark a response is an attribute of the animal kingdom, is not humanistic. So that is where you need to have the EI, emotional intelligence needs to prevail. You need to be able to understand what kind of reaction to be given, what kind of reaction is appropriate, that needs to be understood. So that is the role of EI, or the role that EI will play. And similar is the case with the society, similar is the case with the nation as well. We have seen the detrimental examples of them. For example, when there were protests going on across the northwestern part of the country due to the farm laws. Now, at that point of time, you had some of the global celebrities tweeting about it, if you recall. From Rihanna to Greta Thunberg, you had some of the global celebrities tweeting about that. Now, immediately, the Ministry of External Affairs, its spokesperson, it rebutted those comments, and you had a lot of people, they basically started retaliating. Now that is what, that is a kind of structure where you are very prone to outside influences. You don't have your own understanding or your own emotions in control. So that is the example of one of these. Then other example you can take as the anecdotal story from the life of Swami Vivekananda, where Swami Vivekananda story, a short story where basically when he went to one of the ghats to take a bath, now who would hurl very abusive slangs at him. Now the immediate response of a human is to revert with significantly stronger amount of slangs. But Vivekanand, he stood there very calmly. At the end of the day, when people said that why aren't you aggrieved, so he simply retorted that I don't accept these slangs. That's it. So it is the role of EI. Okay, so EI has to be talked about. So a better EI can change the outcome for any situation. It can also bring about significant conflict resolution. Conflict resolution. Okay. Now, you can conclude the essay by providing a kind of a forward-looking gist of the essay on the lines of how taking charge of your own emotions, of your own activities, can prevent you from becoming someone else's slave. Real freedom is when none can manipulate us. Hence, one should strive towards a balanced sense. So that is how you can drive that. Now, another question. If we move in ancient mythology, then we can find Hiranyakashipu who prevailed or influenced. Example of negative connotation. Yes, you can do that. And David Goggins. Okay. Yes. Right. Can we mention here India's no first use nuclear no first use policy? You can, but you have to be very careful how you use that. Okay. Now, change is the end result of all learning. So here, what are the keywords here? There are two keywords here. What are those? Good. Think about it. Okay. Is the audio and the video clear now? Perfect. Okay. So here, most of you have pointed out that the keyword here is learning and change. Okay. Indicated by the hints given in the slide itself. So you have these are as the keywords. So here you have to basically highlight on the fact of what do you mean by learning. Learning is based upon what? When we say we learned something, what do we mean by that? A lesson which has been induced, right? So this can be based upon information by education. This can be based upon experiences, right? Own experiences and others' experiences as well. Then from the elders and teachers, there also you have some learning based upon their experiences, right? So that is the learning that we have. So these are your prime sources of learning. One not controlled by himself gives powers to others to control him. Yes, yes, that is correct. Okay, so that is not updated. Okay, just a moment. Right. Time lesson, role model, change in behavior. Okay. Can we use the example of evolution? Yes, you can. Absolutely, yes. End result. See, end result is a keyword in the sense that from learning, if there is no change. So there you will simply contradict it. Okay, so that is where you can contradict it, but don't make end result as a key point here. Okay. Learning transforms us into better beings. Example can be of or Gandhiji. Yes, up till then he didn't know what discrimination people are facing. Absolutely yes. So here, understand this, that when I have written here, or why I have written here thinking lines, because in this any kind of the topic, the introduction that you are talking about, the introduction that you are going to frame, that needs to bring to the table the direct meaning of these, the implications of these. So for example, learnings, what are these learnings? Okay, where do we get these learnings, right? And what do we mean by change? Change is a kind of a different behavioral attribute or a different perception as well. What you believe, that also sometimes changes. Our belief system can change. For example, what you would believe when you were maybe 10 years younger would be very different from what you believe now. Or why to go 10 years back? What you believed, let's say, a year back, now your belief system would change. And why? Because you have learned something. So when you learn something, either you like somebody and you have learned that that person is more likable, so you start liking that individual more. So that is at the individual level. At the level of the society, by learning that everybody, let's suppose, they have their basic requirements which needs to be fulfilled, the society can become more tolerant. The society, let's suppose, when they encounter the real possibility that yes, there are various aspects, various different people who try to create a wedge in the society, who try to create differences in the society, and they capitalize from them. So that realization is also a learning. And what is the change? The change is that the society is no longer prone to the outside instigations anymore. So that is the kind of a change that you experience. Okay. So difference in beliefs, difference in practices, difference in perceptions, difference in thought processes, everything can be brought about in the aspect of change. Okay. Right. In college, I was very arrogant, but after some exposure to this examination, I found that I was okay. That is too real world an example to be written. But this is what the examination is known for. So that is why I always say that if you want to be humble in your life, if you want to get grounded in your life, regardless of whatever genius you are, so getting back to the ground, the easiest way is to appear for civil services. So Thinking lines, basically, I want to indicate that what are the point of views or the direction in which you have to think about. Tazeen, instill a sense of duty towards society. Okay. Due to lack of learning, society faced British era torture. Okay. So here you also have to bring, you can bring to the table the barriers to learn and change as well. Right. So, for example, why is it that many people, and in many parts of the society, and you would have experienced it yourself, that many people, it is not only about the older generation, even the present generation, you will find that even in the present generation, people are not receptive to any changes. They are still very much restricted to the point of thoughts or ideals that they believed 50 years ago. And even in the newer generation, you will find the people adhering to the same. Why? Because they lack the exposure. They lack the exposure or the experience or any new piece of awareness. That is why, when it is said that education without values appears to make a man more clever devil, that is where it comes into place. Where you, unless and until you are learning something with worth values, you are not learning anything at all. So, barriers to learn and change. What can be the barriers? Social barriers, social limitations. Can I write the economy policy after 1947 when our national saving was 2% of GDP? Till now, five largest countries via various policy and learning from their failures. Yes, you can talk about it. You can talk about the learnings that we have inculcated in the freedom movement. So, here you can also talk about the differences in the aspect of anecdotal story you can provide of Mahatma, of Gautam Buddha. Now, in all these, what is the common trend that you see in all the patterns that we have discussed, all the various questions? Regardless of any question that you find, we find a way together, all of us, we find a way to bring freedom movement into it, to bring Gautam Buddha into it, what to bring economic policies into it, to bring international relations into it. So what I'm trying to convey here at large, please understand, is the fact that how each and every particular topic can be expanded much beyond their own individual interpretation. You have many learnings at the time of the freedom movement, post independent India, medieval India, ancient India. You have many of the various areas from which you can extract anecdotal stories. You have many of those areas where you can extract the aspect of, let's say, a quotation. So I want you to apply this particular logic when you are approaching other questions as well. Okay. Can we mention here the change of Ashoka's mindset after Kalinga War? Why not? So, just because we have used that as an example in almost all the previous essays does not mean you cannot use it as an example now. So, why not? About brainstorming, that is what we are doing, Rahul. Brainstorming is basically about elaborating the various aspects that you, or thinking about the various aspects, placing them in a piece of paper, and then creating an essay out of. So all the point of views that you, for example, what kind of learnings can I talk about, what kind of changes are we talking about? Okay. Change involves three things: dissatisfaction with self, a decision to change, conscious decision to improve. Yes. One third of essay based on all same topics represented in different words. That is correct. Okay. And then Snehalata, most affected section was women, and still women suffering due to lack of learning. Very good. So, what are the various different limitations? So, limitations can be basically social limitation, can be customary morality, then can be ingrained personal biases and prejudice, right? Lack of exposure and education, exposure and awareness. Okay. So these are few of the limitations. It is in these cases that the change will not happen. Right. So here it can happen that despite the learning, people don't change. Despite the learnings, the countries don't change. Despite the learnings, the societies don't change. So here this topic also presents you with both the perspectives or the possibilities to explore both the aspect. So importance of learning and change. So change will bring about transformation in the attitude, behavior, values, and the belief system. Learning is about acquiring knowledge and skills, study and experience. Here you can talk about how slavery, untouchability, the practice of sati, even for homosexuality, as pointed out by many of you. Shiva, you have pointed it out as well. That slowly and steadily, as we have learned, as we have become more knowledgeable or more informed about the rights of the people, that is when there is a change that a violation of right is not going to be tolerated going ahead in the future. It might be due to certain domestic compulsion. So that is a limitation to change. So limitation to change can be brought about as one of you have pointed out. I think it was, yes, Sneha. So it can be because of lack of resources. Due to lack of resources, you cannot induce a kind of a change. Due to, let's say, lack of opportunity, you have learned something, but you don't have the opportunity to change anymore. Right? For example, you might have carried all the crimes in your life and you have learned something at the age of 70, but you have already induced a lot of damage earlier itself. So that is where you have the limitations to change as well. Okay. So our economic reforms, the entire debate which prevailed through the 80s and the significant chunk of the early 90s as well, that economic growth rate and human development, they are very different. And that is where countries, they who were following just the economic growth rate numbers, now there was a development of HDI parameters and HDI index. So that also can be talked about. Okay. Then value based education, yes, all of these you can highlight. Okay. Barriers to learn and change, lack of information, availability and affordability, stereotypes that we have, prejudice, restriction on freedom of speech, the lack of resources, lack of empathy and tolerance towards other. These can be the barriers to learn. So here is the example of the written essay, basically. So if you take a look at it, so in the 1980s, government of Tamil Nadu was confronted with a very serious problem. Education levels of school going children kept dwindling down and the dropout ratio was unacceptably high. The government had commissioned a detailed study through which they found out that ill health and acute malnutrition were the causes of falling education levels and high dropout ratio. The state government decided to introduce a unique scheme to solve the problem, the midday meal scheme. Within a couple of years, the education levels started rising and the dropout rates, yes, Mrityunjay, kept firmly in check. Even today, as Amartya Sen observes, the midday meal scheme is the prime reason for high performance of Tamil Nadu in primary education compared to any other state. This incident proves the age old saying that change is the end result of all the learning. Both learning and change are indispensable in order to be better humans, build better societies, and shape better systems. So, here, this is the copy of Anudeep Durishetty, the UPSC topper. Most of you would be aware of that. So this is not the exact copy that he would have written for the exams. Obviously, it is a kind of a recreation. So here, when we talk about this particular pattern, you will find that there is a heading which has been provided, and that was so in he has also come up with a book. And if you go through his book, in all his book has followed the same pattern. So it has worked for him. It might not work for you as well. So always I would suggest to you that you are free to choose. You can provide the headings to the topics if you want, but you can also go for a seamless method of flow from one particular quotation or one particular paragraph to another. Okay, so that is where I do need you to have a kind of a flexibility. Please don't follow the same template. Otherwise, that individuality is lost, and that is worth everything. Learning can be understood as the process of acquiring new ideas, examples, and processes that add value to our knowledge. So here it talks about what do we mean by learning, then what is change, then after that, how to conclude. So this is you have to understand. This will come with practice, right? His flow is amazing. How will we learn it? By writing, my dear friends. And that will happen when you read more. Please start reading more. When you read more topics, when you read about more ideas, your flow of thought automatically comes into the picture. So please don't get disheartened that right now you don't have a flow. It will come. It will come provided you practice. The aspirant have used government instead of government. Can we use this short form? Yes. From where you can, so that is where I keep on suggesting and throwing various books at your doorstep in terms of names. Try to follow that. Handwriting is not very clear. Practice. If able to recall the quote but not who said, then simply say as famously said, as famously quoted. That's it. Okay. So that is where we'll restrict the session here today. Tomorrow we will discuss few of the more areas of this abstract philosophy based topics, and then we will move into the portion of the GS based topics which are asked. We'll try to understand the pattern behind them as well and the lines of thinking there as well. So all topper read more book, but they all say that NCR is enough. See, they read books, not reference books. It is more about exposure to the wide world. In sadly, the in the name of exposure, what we think is, I'll take my subject's example. I keep on telling the students that just read NCRT more than sufficient for GS. So, the name of exposure, they will read NCRT, Savinder Singh, GC Leong, Majid Hussain, unable to recall anything at all. So that is where reference books keep it to the minimum to the NCRT level. But the other books that are there, for example, Reimagining India, Rebooting India, My Experiments with Truth, Pax Indica, these are the books that will give you the exposure of the larger world. So these are the books which should always be read. Okay? So we meet again tomorrow. Till that point of time, do take care of yourself. Goodbye. Thank you.